Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the online workshop organized by Skillveda. Skillveda is your partner in skill development, offering a wide range of webinars, offline workshops, short-term courses, and training programs designed to help you unlock your potential and achieve your career goals. We are thrilled to have you join us for this exciting learning journey. A special welcome to our esteemed trainer, Ms. Utopa Bose, a senior educator and ex-principal with more than 30 years of experience with a passion for education and teacher training to share her knowledge and insights. Yeah, welcome, Ms. Bose. You are muted. Unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Twinkle ma'am. It's always a pleasure to address this forum because I'm very, very excited to meet the team again. I hope that you people are equally excited for this session. See, we need to build the ground rules first. So, thumbs up, heart, whatever you want to send it on the screen. The ground rules are that we need to participate. Very good. Okay, so I'm sure everybody would agree with me when we say that we as educators, or nowadays we use this term facilitators, we are not actually just transacting lessons, we are showing the path to our students. We are building an environment where they can, flourish and where they can grow and progress and be future ready. Do you agree with me on that? Right. So I can't see any thumbs up, but then I assume that everybody agrees with me. So now in this session, particularly because this is going to be a very interactive session, and we'll be discussing things which we are already doing in our classrooms. So I would like to urge everyone that please share your thoughts. Don't keep it to yourself because there is nothing as right or wrong, right? They are just ideas, are just ideas, right? So if we share, we are going to learn. You will learn from me, and I am going to learn from you, right? Because two minds are better than one, correct? So uh, let's make this journey very interactive, engaging, so that we are able to hold everyone together, the team together, till the end of this session. All right? Okay, so with that, let's dive deep into the session. So my first question is about this topic that we have chosen and this terminology, learning pathways. Can you tell me why learning pathways? Why did we choose this particular name for the session? Somebody? I just said that there is nothing right or wrong. What happened? I can see on my screen Rajni ji, Rosalind. I can see Anshika, Rastogi, and I can see Purvi. Come on, let's guess. Come on. What is the meaning of learning pathways? Okay, let me just give a bit. What is the meaning of path?
Purviji is writing a proper way to learn about curriculum.
Ma'am, a proper way to learn.
Okay, proper way to what does that word path mean to you?
Diamond Twinkle is writing.
To show the way.
So,
Yes.
all right. Okay, so it's an ongoing process, right? So path is, unless and until you reach a blind lane, which we usually don't, it is ongoing, it is progressing. So one path leads to another, right? So it is always growing, it is always in progress. It teaches us so many things when we take a journey on that path. So learning pathways has been named like this because Today we are going to explore our journey to curriculum designing, right? Because that is a very, very important part of our uh, teaching process, right? You agree with me? Curriculum design is very, very important because that is the base of how effective or ineffective our lesson would be, correct? So let's go to the next question. What comes to your mind when you hear this word curriculum?
Ma'am, learning objectives, syllabus comes to our mind.
All right. Syllabus comes to your mind. All right. What else?
Learning objectives,
Learning objectives. Excellent. What
Hello,
else?
ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Purvi.
Curriculum refers to a structure designed for our students to learn.
Okay. Great. Structure of what?
Structure of learning. We can say
Struc-
syllabus.
okay.
Syllabus.
Okay. So syllabus is a common word that I'm picking from here. All right. So I want you to do some picture reading. Why do you think that this particular picture has been placed here? Any guesses? Why the jigsaw puzzle?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Renuka.
Yeah, ma'am. Here, what I find when I look at this picture, there are many things, there are many stars which are being kept over there, but we cannot take randomly everything in that way. So we need to organize and make it in a stepwise uh, in order so that we can learn one by one. That's what
Right, right. So we are actually bringing the different pieces together to form the big picture, right? So it's
Yes,
like a
ma'am.
jigsaw puzzle. Like you have different pieces of the picture, and then you need to put them together to get the real picture, right? So our curriculum is also like this jigsaw puzzle, right? It is broken into pieces. We
Yes.
need to bring them together and weave that picture that we want to see, right? So this is
And
what.
here, one more thing is since these pictures are having a certain shapes, we need to connect or articulate between the whenever we are going steps ahead.
Exactly, exactly. So one piece should fit in exactly into the other, right? So that there are no gaps. Unless and until we do that, we can't complete a jigsaw puzzle, right? So same
Yes.
applies to curriculum as well. There are different things that we need to put together to weave a different, a beautiful picture. Huh? So syllabus is only a part of the curriculum. Syllabus is related to your book, right? But when
Yes.
we are talking about curriculum, it is way beyond books. It is beyond books. What we can teach our children beyond books, because book only gives us an idea of what the children should learn, should know about that topic, right? But how we do that is also included in curriculum. So what, when, and how. All three things are included in the curriculum, right? Right. So let's quickly go through the objectives of the session. So what we will be learning in, or what we will be gathering, the information that we will be gathering in this session today. So understand the principles of curriculum development, explore NEP 2020 and NCF 23 guidelines, explore different approaches and models of curriculum designing, align the curriculum with learning outcomes and assessments, hands-on activity, designing a curriculum segment, linking to the practice, to practice. Sorry. So I assume that we had given an activity sheet to everyone before this program. So I hope that everybody has done that, because that is going to help you understand the you know essence of the session today. It will, it will help you build stronger connections, right? So, in case you have done it, you will have more to take away from this session today, right? So, here we can see that we are talking about principles, we are talking about NEP 2020, NCF 23, guidelines, approaches, models, right? Outcomes, assessments. So, all these are related. How they are related, we are going to explore now, right? Okay, so here's a little activity that I want everyone to do. Which is your favorite topic? So here I have different uh, subjects, right? Because we usually receive a complaint that social science का मैम होता है, इंग्लिश का होता है, मैथ का नहीं होता, कंप्यूटर का नहीं होता, राइट? तो इसलिए मैंने सारे 4-5 सब्जेक्ट्स यहाँ पे दिए हैं. आपका जो भी सब्जेक्ट है, व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज, जो टॉपिक आपको सबसे अच्छा लगता है पढ़ाना, वो आपको चूज करना है, शेयर करना है, और क्यों अच्छा लगता है ये. सो वी विल टेक 2 minutes टू जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट एंड 2 minutes टू शेयर. ऑलराइट,
Please, everybody can hear Sutopa ji?
इज माय वॉइस नॉट क्लियर?
Because, no, because some people are saying they can't hear you. That's why.
ओह अच्छा,
Sunita ji, am I audible to you? Yes, yes. Sunita ji, please check your settings actually. Yes, yeah, Sutapa ji, you can go.
yeah, so they are taking just 2 minutes to do this activity. Just let
Yeah.
me know if somebody has finished, because these things you are doing every day, so it shouldn't take more than a minute or so. Anybody is ready?
Ma'am,
Yes, Dr. Renuka.
I think I've
Ma'am, may I answer? I'm Anjali.
Yes, please, Anjali ji. Yes.
I have said my favorite is geography, although
Okay.
I'm a PhD in molecular biology. Geography, because it's, what we are experiencing every day when we travel, even across the city or to our school or to our native place or for festivals or going abroad for a family trip. It's what we observe in our daily life every day. We are seeing the weather report, we are experiencing the rainfall, the changing seasons. So that is why the children can correlate very well. That's why.
Right. So my question was that you need to select one topic from what you teach. Okay. For example, I teach, I teach, say, social science, EVS in grade 3. So I choose a topic. Uh, I like to teach this weather. Huh?
I was
Why
going to
do
say
I like-
weather only.
Yeah. Why do I like to teach weather? Why that particular lesson?
Yes, so that is what we are experiencing, what the children will experience every day of their life. And also, when they see the news on the television or they read or when we discuss, they know that in some part of India there is a landslide, or in some forest in California there are forest fires,
Right.
like that.
So what you mean to say, Anjali ji, that you can relate that topic
Yes,
to everyday life, and
yes,
children take interest in that, right? So that's
correct,
a very interactive lesson, right?
correct.
This is what
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
trying to say, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, correct. Very good. Somebody else wants to answer quickly, because this is,
ma'am,
yeah, yes,
like
Dr. Renuka, yes,
yeah,
please.
I want to teach biology all the time because I believe that, especially the metabolisms, the physiology, anatomy, and physiology of the system, because I believe that what is more than happening outside, first, any individual or a human being should know what is happening within our system and ourselves first. So, how the system works, how it is making us to digest the food, swallowing process, what is the methodology which is called as an swallowing, peristaltic movements, how it occurs, what is the structure of a gut, and how what are the different enzymes pour into it, right from the moment we take the food into the mouth, into the stomach. So right from the anatomy and physiology, I want to explore it so that make the children to understand how important it is our body to take care, what we need to put in inside our mouth so that it reflects everything on a thought process ultimately.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Shah, you want to say
Great thought.
something?
I think Mr. Miraj Shah
Yeah,
has
Mr.
raised
Shah
his
wants to say
hand.
something.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please go
Uh,
ahead.
yes, actually, I like to teach English subject because English is an international language and it helps other country of people also to understand, and we can convey message by using this language. And talking about in academic, actually, um, English actually writing part is very important for the students. If the students are good in writing, so that they can form sentences and they can get good marks in their examination.
Yes.
So I love to teaching English subject, and this subject helps them
So,
to write in
Mehraj,
all.
Mehraj, for example, you say that you like to teach English. So,
Yes.
from your book, can you recall or can you share one topic that you love the most? Teaching that topic to the children.
uh, Pardon, ma'am, I did not get what type of topic actually you are talking about.
No, for example, I talk about English grammar. Say, ah,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
in English, which standard do you teach?
Actually, I don't take. I actually, I guide my teachers to take this subject actually because I
Oh,
am
great,
engaged with lots of activities. I'm
great.
working as a head of management cum principal actually.
Oh,
That's
great,
why.
great, great.
Yeah.
So if you have to ask your teacher that
Yes.
if she teaches grammar, right?
Okay.
For
Yes.
example, as a head of the
Full
teachers and
management. Yeah.
leading them, you
Yeah.
also have to give them hands-on and experience, right?
Exactly.
So, for
Yes.
example, you want to demonstrate some activity to them. So,
Yes.
which topic from grammar would you choose?
Actually, tenses, ma'am. English is a language, but most of the students they take it as a subject.
Hmm.
But
Yes.
after completion of 10th standard, 12th standard, or graduation, when they graduate, actually, so then they start learning this grammar and tenses and all.
Hmm.
So we should teach students that this is subject in school, but it is a language which help us to
Hmm.
write in their answer sheets and get good marks actually. So in grammar, tenses are very important, which are being taught by the teachers, but students concept is not cleared actually.
Correct.
So
Correct.
yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
so if I summarize all the inputs that I've got, the topics where I can integrate a lot of resources to build that understanding of the students. For example, I'm including project work. I can show a video.
Exactly.
I can do an activity. So that topic is very dear to us, right? So, like I
Right.
said, that I would like to choose weather. Why? Because weather is such a vast topic, right? I can do so many things. I can tell them to make a weather logbook. I can tell them to uh, uh, you know uh, uh, measure the temperature. I can ask them to make a graph of integrating math in it also. I can ask them to make the graph of the rise and fall in temperature in certain days, right? So these are all the things I can do. So this is all activity driven. So that is why I would love to do this topic.
Exactly.
This is what I am trying to build. That when we can give the hands-on and experiential uh, experience to to our children, they engage more, and when they engage more, our teaching becomes more meaningful, right? And that is when we start enjoying teaching. Otherwise, for example, अभी मैं कोई question पूछूं and nobody answers, हाँ, तो कैसा लगेगा? How would you feel? that if you're throwing a question at your class and nobody's answering, what is the first thought that you will get?
We will also not get interest actually in teaching.
And moreover, I am not getting that cue whether you are understanding what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
It is becoming a one-way communication. Communication has to be two ways,
Two ways,
right?
yes.
Right? So what if I ask a question, you have to answer. If you ask a question, I have to communicate, right? So it needs to go that way, right? Let's move on. So again, this question, what is a curriculum? Is it more than just a syllabus? And how do these words, skills, assessment, knowledge, values, pedagogy, how do they connect with each other? Who can answer? Or who will answer, in fact? Everybody can answer, of course. Everybody knows.
Interest is syllabus.
This is not a very direct question. This is a hot question, right? Is it more than just, yes, Diamond Twinkle has raised her hand. Yes, please.
Good evening, ma'am. Uh, Actually, what we understand by the curriculum is the syllabus and what all the subjects we are taught in schools and college. That is called curriculum,
Okay. So
and
you
it
mean
is
to
more
say,
than
yes, please?
and that hidden and experimental curriculum, experiential curriculum is that there is a difference in hidden. Hidden is like children have to guess about the answers and they have to learn about the things that is there is a message that hidden in that lesson. And the experiential curriculum is that they have to learn about, with the direct word, with the direct source, and with the help of others also, with the teachers and helpers.
Right,
I think that
right. So, curriculum is a mix, a blend of everything. So it skills are there, assessments are there, knowledge is there, values are there, pedagogy is also an important part of the curriculum. So it's a blend of all these things, correct? So now, uh, towards the end of the slide, you would see these two terms, hidden and experiential curriculum. What do you understand when I had given some research work also in my activity sheet. So hidden and experiential curriculum. What do you understand by this? If,
Ma'am,
yeah,
hidden
you.
means, I think the hidden means, see, the students will learn the everything about whatever it is, the values, the good values, yeah, anything about whatever, even the if I teach social studies,
Okay,
so the students do understand the culture. They will understand what is a culture. They will understand the um, um, people, maybe their
right,
habits, their culture,
right.
food habits, the dress habits, something like that. They can understand in
Yes,
their, yeah,
absolutely
that
right.
can be
Absolutely
the
correct.
hidden one. Experimental
Right.
means maybe they are making up some like project works about those things which they understood. Maybe.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah. Very good. Yes, exactly. And
Yeah.
Janki Bandari has raised her hand. If you could please unmute and share your ideas. Janki
Janki ji and
Bandari.
Ayushi ji, both.
Yes. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
you
are.
are audible.
Yes, ma'am. Hidden curriculum means like uh, such as discipline, social norms and respect and teamwork. This type of
Okay.
hidden curriculum, yes. And the
Okay. All right.
experiential curriculums, it's based on the real life problem solving.
Right. Right. Correct. Yes. And one more person has raised their hand.
Ayushi,
Ayushi
Ayushi
Kanwar.
Kanwar. Yeah, Ayushi ji, please.
First of all, good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
Ma'am, according to me, means if we are going to talk about hidden curriculum, it means including all the things which is important or which is core things we include in the class to entertain plus to develop the interest in the classes. For example, if we're talking about the Bloom's taxonomy, so all the things which is mentioned in the Bloom's taxonomy, we have to prepare all the things in the curriculum so that students also enjoy in the class. They are not get irritated, or we can say that they are not get bored. That is hidden curriculum we have to prepare according to the students' interest.
Okay. All right. So I'm taking everybody's responses and putting them together. So like Bindu ji had started, I think. Sindhu ji has started. I'm so sorry. Sindhu ji has started that hidden curriculum is something which is not obviously written. Okay. For example, I am telling my child to move in a line. Why am I asking my child to move in a line? There are so many things there are that the child is learning through that simple activity, right? So I am not explaining that move in a line. You need to be disciplined. You need to be, quiet. You need to give space. I'm not making all those explanation. I'm just asking them move in a line, and I'm setting the rules like this is how you move in a line. I'm not, I'm uh, talking about procedures, right? And then they will find the difference when they don't move in a line, and when they move in a line, then we ask that if you don't move in a line, what will happen? So they are going to tell you, you don't have to teach them that if you don't move in a line, what will happen. So there can be accidents, right? Somebody might fall, somebody might trip, they might get hurt, right? Their clothes might get torn if they push and pull, right? So all these things they are going to share with you. You don't have to tell them. So these are the hidden things. For example, you're talking about uh, area and perimeter. Say in math you're teaching and you're taking them to a field trip, to a village. So you are taking them to teach area and perimeter. You're going to show them some farms and all, and you're going to ask them to ascertain whether it's a regular shape or an irregular shape. So how will you calculate the area of an irregular shape, or how would you calculate the area of a regular shape? But besides that, what are they learning? Can you tell me? Besides that, what are they learning? You're taking them on a field trip to a village. This is the situation. And you are teaching them area and perimeter. So you decide that let them see the farms for themselves. कि छोटे बड़े farms होते हैं. हाँ, किसी का शेप ऐसा होता है, किसी का ट्रायंगुलर होता है, किसी का रेक्टेंगुलर होता है, कोई स्क्वायर होता है, कोई इरेगुलर शेप का होता है. So all these things आपको पढ़ाना है. But they are also learning a lot beyond this. What are
Ma'am,
those things?
ma'am,
Yes,
hello.
Dr. Renuka.
Apart from the learning, whatever you have mentioned it, they see how the weather today is. They
Right,
observe the weather today, and they see the
right,
greenery around. They'll come to
correct,
know to see different types of plants there or
right,
trees there,
correct.
and
And what about the village life?
yeah, village life, and including the soil. If you see, compare with the soil which they live in the,
Right. So,
yeah,
so Dr.
metropolitan
Renuka,
cities or
can you
something.
tell me what all subjects did you include in this?
So it is interlinked
Math
with
के
the
अलावा,
science, geography, mathematics,
civics,
uh, and
civics also,
yes, ma'am,
right,
physics.
right? So
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is what I'm trying to say, that curriculum is a vast, uh, you can say spectrum, right? So
Yes,
many
ma'am.
things are included. So when we talk about integration of subjects and all, so it needs to come naturally. We don't need to make any efforts to do it, right? So that is when we reach that stage, then the beauty of the curriculum comes out, right? Okay. So elements of curriculum, like what all can be included in the curriculum? Can somebody share? What, according to you, should be the elements of curriculum?
Ma'am,
Yes,
can I speak? Yeah.
please.
Yes, ma'am. So as it is being defined and it's been discussed till now, with the examples, I feel that the curriculum is not only related with the subject, the teaching or the content of the subject, it also includes the values, life skills,
Hmm.
the methods,
Right.
uh, and
Correct.
um, that's
Anybody
what,
else
ma'am.
who wants
Like
to add on?
knowledge, values,
Yeah.
skills, methods, assessments, all this
Right.
include part of curriculum.
Yes, Mr. Shah has raised his hand. Yes.
Yeah, ma'am. Few things are required, like content also matter, teaching
Right.
strategies, goals, implementation day by day, assessments also, uh,
Correct.
and what else? Revision and reviews, etc. Ma'am, this is required actually to.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. Wonderfully responded to this question.
yeah. Thank you,
So,
ma'am.
yeah, so what Dr. Renuka had shared and what Mr. Shah has shared. So, aims and objectives should be a part of the curriculum. First is the aims and objectives, right? The content is a very important, significant part of the curriculum. Your pedagogical approaches. Yes, Rajni ma'am. Rajni ma'am, you want to say something? Okay. So, learning outcomes,
Actually, I'm
another
not
very,
feeling
very,
well.
yes, you want to say
Ma'am, I'm
something?
having throat problem. I can't.
Oh, I see.
No,
Okay,
ma'am, I
okay,
can't speak properly.
okay. Okay.
Yeah,
That's all
ma'am.
right. Right? And then comes your assessment strategy. So all these are very, very important and significant parts, elements of curriculum. Right? Let's move on to NEP and NCF. Why there is so much of emphasis that NEP 2020 and NCF 23 is laying on curriculum development, right? Designing, how you design the curriculum, and what all factors that they are emphasizing that you should keep in mind when you're designing is competency based learning. We all know what competency based learning is, right? Experiential and joyful learning, and integration of art, sports, technology, and focus on 21st century skills. Okay, so quickly, can you give me one example of
That's not enough.
any of these parameters or factors that the NEP and NCF are focusing on? Example, maybe an activity, what you can do. You don't need to explain the activity, but you can just say that we can do this activity. Anybody?
When it comes to the competency based learning, I feel it is inquiry based learning, reasoning out, exploring on that particular topic, um,
So
more
you
of the
mean to
critical
say some
thinking.
project work or some
Yeah,
research based work,
more
right?
of the critical thinking, and
Okay. Critical
mm,
thinking will be a part of the 21st century skill,
yes,
right?
20%
Yeah.
skills.
So what exactly is competency? How do we build competency?
Competency is based on their proper understanding,
Competency basically is the
understanding
ability to do
and
something. the ability to do something.
Ability to do something properly in a constructive manner so
Yes.
that the result is
To
100%.
learn, ma'am, to learn practically actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
To learn practically, because it is like, it promotes a competency based learning, like, to shift from rote learning to a system where students demonstrate practical skills.
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So, and what about this integration of art, sports, and technology? All right, let me give you a situation. For example, I want to teach, uh,
It
say,
is the same
I am
process learning.
I'm taking a lesson in computer that is parts of a computer. Hmm. And I want to integrate that with sports. How do I do it?
Can you repeat once again, ma'am?
Yeah, I am taking a topic in computers,
Mm.
right? Say parts of a computer, and I want to bring in an element of sports in it. I want to integrate that with sports, physical education. How would I do that? So in computer, I'm teaching parts of a computer, right? And
And
sports, I want to bring in something which will integrate together and, you know, uh, build the comprehension level of the children.
these two things are different actually, ma'am. We are unable to get you.
Ma'am,
That is what. That is the
Yeah.
fun. These two
Yeah,
are
yeah.
ma'am,
absolutely different.
Yes, yes, yes.
can
But
I
how
say
will you do
something?
it together if I tell you to do it? How will you do it?
Uh, Ma'am, can I say?
Yes,
Mm.
please.
Suppose if I'm taking the parts of a computer, the keyboard, the CPU, and the monitor, if I see, I could take on a football game, or mm, uh, this thing game, and make as in a team. Then the main team player will be the person who is the CPU.
Okay. All right. That's a great idea.
And
That's a great idea. And I think Janki ma'am also wants to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
Wants
If
to
I
add to it.
integrate this, ma'am, so I'll first speak about IPO cycle, the parts of computers input, process, output. So I will relate this topic with this cricket. That is the input in cricket. One is ball, bat. These all are the input, and the participant also. And then process, the bowler who throw the ball. That is the processing thing. And when the person hit the ball, that is the outcome.
Right.
yes,
So, yes, yes, very relevant inputs. So now NEP and NCF, they are saying that you should revive your traditional sports, right? You agree with me? For example, Kho Kho, Kabaddi, and the different games that we used to play in our times. So now they had vanished because of cricket and football and all this. So now they are saying that NEP and NCF are saying that you revive those traditional games, right? So if I were to do it, what I would do is I would play the game of Kho Kho. Okay, so whenever the den touches someone or gives that code to someone, that person first has to name one computer part. Okay, then the next person who goes co will tell the work that particular part does, right? So this way we are connecting everyone. Correct. So the one person is speaking the name of the part, the other person is doing what? Telling you how that part works, right? So in this, this is how you can integrate sports, or you can play pass the parcel. I don't know whether you have played this or not, but maybe it's a regional game. घोड़ा जमाल का ही एक गेम होता है where everybody sits in a circle, and there's a hanky that passes from, the den is takes a hanky and runs around, and then quietly it he or she drops it behind someone, and
Yes,
before
ma'am.
you cannot turn back. You just have to feel if the hanky is there with you, and if the
Yes,
den
ma'am.
comes back and gets the hanky, then you get a hit, right? So this way also there are so many ways you can integrate sports. On one, you can do dribbling or ball pass, right? Passing the ball. So you can make the children stand in a line, and then they just stand with their legs apart, and the ball passes to them. So the end, in the end, whosoever is standing, that he needs to pick that ball, come to the front, name the part of the computer, tell the job it does. So this way you can integrate. So computer and like you said, Mr. Shah just said that there are two different things altogether: computer and sports. But that is what NEP and NCF is talking about. That you need to integrate. How will you integrate? It is easy to integrate technology, but how would you integrate performing arts or any form of art, any form of sports? How will you do it? So that's it. That's the challenge. And when you are when you become a great teacher, it will be very easy piece of cake for you. Understand, Mr. Shah? Do you agree with me?
Yes, very true, ma'am. Actually, now it's all about way of teaching and how creative we can make it. Actually, that matters.
Right. So that is what NEP and NCF is trying to say that subjects are not standalone. They are all interconnected, right? So when you are talking about, say, this Coco game, can you relate a topic of science with this? Physics maybe. This can happen in the sports period. Janki ma'am has raised her hand. Science teachers, come on. खो खो में क्या होता है? Visualize that you are playing that game. So what science concept can you introduce there? What can you talk about? Yes, come on. Can you talk about inertia? Can you talk about inertia, science teachers? Is there any science teacher?
Excuse me, ma'am. I want to say something.
Yeah.
Ma'am, in the game tug of war, there is something about tension and pressure.
Yes. Correct.
So I can relate with both of.
Correct. So imagine that if you're teaching tension and pressure and force and everything, so and you let them play tug of war, right? And then you ask them about these concepts. Don't you think they'll be able to relate better? Correct. And every single child will get an opportunity to take this same learning away, because we are talking about differential learners, right? Different learners, different learning styles. Correct. Do you agree with me? Please show a thumbs up or something, because I cannot see
Yes,
any
ma'am.
hands.
Yes, ma'am. I agree
Yeah,
with
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Very
yeah,
true.
right.
Ve-
Correct. So
Yes.
make your classrooms should be a place uh, full of energy and full of a lot of activity and lot of engagement. So this is what we are trying to do here. All right.
Ma'am, I play with my students. That is, I take English and SST. During English, after the lessons, I do play some English vocabulary games too, like, for example, Mastermind,
Hmm.
which I think of a word and they have to find out that word. So that base some vocabulary games I do play. Is that also connected, we can say?
Yeah, we can, of course. Yes, it is connected. It is connected.
Huh.
Right. So you're talking about vocabulary. For example, in
Yeah.
English,
But
you are talking about space.
yes.
So science comes in. What do you do?
Yes.
What are all the elements in space?
Sorry, I didn't get you. Elements in?
For example, you can ask them to draw a word web. For
Yes.
example, you
Yeah.
give that word space. So space
Ah.
say related, you can ask them to speak out words.
Huh.
Correct?
Okay.
So science is
Okay.
related. Science comes
Yeah,
in,
of course. Yes, 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 yes.
right?
Yes.
So you
Yeah.
see now that no subject is, uh, you know, uh, every subject is connected with each other.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah.
nothing like you cannot do. For example, sports teachers, they say that नहीं मेरे को हमारा तो कोई subject नहीं है, हमें तो sports कराने हैं सर. There is a lot of science which comes into physical education.
Yes.
There is
Yeah.
English coming in, right? When you're talking about terminologies, for example, you're playing basketball or teaching the game of cricket. There are so many terminologies which are unique to that particular game. So you are building vocabulary, right? So this is all interconnected. That is what we need to, become aware of. That हमें कोई एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट नहीं करना है इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए. हमें हम जो करा रहे हैं उसी में से हमें फैक्टर्स निकाल के और अपने आप अवेयर होना है that yes, I have integrated this also, I have integrated that also. Wow. So this is subject integration. ये लगता है कि बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज है बट एक्चुअली वो है नहीं, right? So now there is another very important question is, how do you decide upon the design of your curriculum? How do you decide that what should be my curriculum? What should my curriculum look like, right? So here we are going to talk about certain principles, approaches, and models, right? There are certain things which are good to know because as educators, we are we have this responsibility of building an effective curriculum design, right? So we need to know about certain things, correct? We are going to discuss that. Now, I had given a question in that activity sheet that what is the connection of these words or terms with curriculum development, like relevance, progression and continuity, flexibility, inclusivity and equity, balance between knowledge, skills, and values. So, what do these statements and terminologies, how do they relate with curriculum design? Why are they here on the slide? Anybody who's not answered so far? Neha Bichuri is there. I can see.
Ma'am,
Yeah,
curriculum development means relevant. It should be relevant to the topic or the subject what the child at with particular age is studying. Then
right,
not only relevant, but also it should be progress and continuity to the next. Suppose a child who is studying a solar system in class 3 is what is the upgradation of the that same topic in class 4 will be the progression and continuity of the topic,
right,
and it should be flexible means to the understanding of the child.
mm,
It has to be flexible. It should not
right,
be, the content should not be rigid or restricted so that the
mm,
child stops thinking on it. The child, whenever studies a certain content, it has to be, the thought process should be on exploring on that particular topic.
correct.
And inclusive and equity. Inclusivity and equity is something where it should be uniform to each and every child.
Yeah, inclusive is like everybody should
Yes.
be involved in the learning process.
and so that it is able to balance the knowledge, skills, and values, whatever they are developing out of that particular topic.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very well said, Renuka ma'am. So,
Thank
so
you.
yeah. So progression and continuity is very, very important, because here it is very important that, for example, I need to see when you choose books, right? So it is usually the management tells the principal tells the teachers, you take a look at these books and select a book, right, for your subject. Okay, so maybe I am teaching grade 7. Okay, I don't know what book grade 6 teacher has selected or grade 8 teacher has selected. Okay, I don't know about that. I am not concerned because I am only concerned with grade 7. So this is all I will do. Okay, will it make sense?
No, ma'am, it doesn't make sense.
It
We
doesn't make
should,
sense.
no, not at all. We should uh, learn about what has been taught the before years. We have to
Right,
check out the books and those
right,
ideas. Yes, we have to speak with the teachers, maybe, if not any books, we should,
correct,
yeah,
correct. So
and
yeah,
understand what has
I
been,
completely agree with you, Sindhu ma'am. So the
yeah,
thing is that, for example, there is a shortage of time, right? You are not able to cover all the lessons in the book, right? So what you do is that you choose certain lessons which are good to know.
right,
Correct.
right,
You don't
right.
know what is the students will be studying in the next class. So
No, true,
not intentionally, but
of
you
course.
tend to skip a topic which is
Mm,
very important in the next class,
okay,
right? So what has happened? A disaster, because
very
the
true.
basis of the foundation of the concept has not been built, because
Mm,
you thought it was a good to know topic, whereas in the next
yeah,
class this is a very major topic, right? So that is why you need to know that how much you need to build on and how much they are going to learn after you,
yeah,
right?
true,
So this is very,
true.
very important, progression and continuity. And moreover, for example, you're talking about relevance. Say you uh, your you have been told that you need to add a field trip to your this thing, some of the one of the lessons, right? Now you are doing a topic on means of communication, say grade 6.
Mm,
So you have to engage the children in a field trip. So you take them to a railway station.
right.
So is this connected? Is it relevant?
Means of communication. No.
Means of
Railways,
communication. You are teaching means of communication, and field trip you are doing at a railway station, to a railway
yeah,
station. Sorry.
yeah. I think it is also, yeah, of course.
There's no connection. Railways
Yeah,
are a means of transport,
transport. Yeah, not communication. But
not
still, there are
communication.
communications going on in railways also, ma'am.
Right.
Because,
So
yeah, it
ideally, you should be planning a trip to the post office,
post office. Yeah, that's true.
or
But
or
no,
or
I
yeah,
understand.
or
Yeah.
either or some courier office, right?
But
Or
ma'am,
you invite
but if you
someone
go
from the
deep
post.
into it, if you think deeply, railways also somewhere some means of communication it's coming, na? Some sort of communication must be there, na
Yeah, but
ma'am?
broadly, it's under means of transport. Yes,
No,
communication is
it's
happening, like people
happening
socialize and all that. Those are,
socialization. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
socialization factor is coming, but
Yes.
exactly they don't come under means of
No,
communication.
no, no. Of course
So
not.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about relevance. So if I take my children to a post office or a courier office, or if that is not possible, if I can invite someone for a guest talk in the
Yeah.
school itself, or
Uh-huh.
arrange for a workshop in the school itself, that makes
Okay.
more sense, right?
True. Very
So
true.
these
Yeah.
are all the factors when we are designing the curriculum. We need to keep the principles in mind, right? Then
Yes.
we
Yes.
come to approaches.
Yeah.
What should
Right.
be our approach, right? So whether I want my curriculum to be subject centered, or it has to be student centered, or it has to be problem centered, right? I will give you 1 minute to just quickly go through this, whatever is there, and then we will discuss. If you're done, just raise your hand.
Ma'am, can I say something?
Yes, please.
Anjali.
Yes,
Yeah,
Anjali.
I would take the learner-centered approach because actually all of us are here for the students. And as we
Okay,
have been discussing all this time for the past 40 minutes, student engagement, experiential learning, and all. So the
right.
learners' needs and interests are more, they have to be at the center. And
Okay,
subject has to go along with it. It's a given. Means if I am a science teacher, I have to have my subject perfect because I have got degrees in science. So
right.
that is becomes a secondary because it is taken for granted that I will know my subject, but how I'm going to deliver it to the learner, that is very very important. Because at the end
Okay,
of the day, I want the student to go home with something, some takeaway. He has to learn something, not just go that the teacher was explaining something, but I could not
right,
understand it. No
right.
engagement. I don't want that kind of scenario.
Okay, all right, Anjali,
Mm.
very well said. Somebody else wants to try?
Ma'am,
Somebody
can
else?
I say something?
Yes, please.
It's diamond twinkle. Actually, I will choose the second option, learner-centered approach, as I am the LKG teacher. So I have to think about the students more, and based on the learners' need, interest, and experiences. I have to teach them the things that the subject or the topic that is based on their own
Right.
interest because they are the small kids. I have to cooperate with these also. So I would encourage active learning projects and exploration and
So
because they
you are
cannot
saying
write,
that you will
write,
you
write,
will
write, all
choose,
cannot reading.
yeah, so you are saying that you will choose the learner-centered approach.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So if I say that we need all three, would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am, I
Yes,
agree with
Yes,
ma'am.
you.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can agree, ma'am.
How?
Even
Yes.
I agree with both. Ma'am. Yeah.
How? If I
No,
say
All three needed. Yes.
if you
all three needed,
prioritize, if you
Yes.
right?
prioritize learning-centered approach is the first, in
Yeah.
combination
Because
collaboration with the
if you are
problem-centered
teaching
approach and
science,
subject.
Mm.
right? If you're teaching science and the child needs to know about work and force, all the
Yes,
aspects of
ma'am.
work and force, so he needs to know that. That is why we are, we have selected the books because they are the base, right? So we are talking about going beyond the books. We are not replacing books with activity. It cannot be done. Why? Because you need some content to give to the children where they will read and understand. You cannot explain something verbally all the time. So you need
Yes,
some
ma'am.
base
That's very
content,
true.
right? So that is subject centered. Learner centered is all the activities that you, projects and everything that you add to it, to the textbook, right? Which makes it
Yes, ma'am.
competency driven, right? And then you put in case studies also, real life problems, which encourages them to think critically. So all are required. So when you are designing your curriculum, you need to keep all three in mind. Correct? We'll
Yes,
see
ma'am.
how. We'll see
Yes.
how. Okay. Next is models of curriculum design. This is a good to know thing, right? But I have included because as teachers, it is very, very important for us to know that how my design should look like. What should be the base of my design? what I want my design to speak about. All right. So, for example, the Tyler's model. It says that our curriculum design should be able to answer four questions. What is the purpose of education? I mean, why am I teaching something? The purpose. Then, what learning experiences I can give to the child based on the purpose or the outcome? How do I design or organize my resources, and how can I evaluate? So this is what the Tyler's model. Similarly, Taba's model says that the teachers should be the people who design the curriculum, because they are dealing with the children and not the policymakers. Okay. Wheeler's model says that it is not linear. It doesn't happen step by step. All the steps are integrated together and they're interlinked. So the planning has an element of implementation. Implementation has an element of evaluation. So it cannot happen that planning somebody is doing, implementation somebody is doing, evaluation somebody is doing, and they are not talking to each other. Right? So this is what Wheeler's model says. Then we have a Kerr's model also, which focuses on the interconnection of, say, objectives, knowledge, the learning experience that the children are having, and the evaluation. So he says that everything is connected. Then the backward design, we have talked about it a lot of times, that we first begin with the learning outcome. Then how do we measure the learning outcome? And then what experiences we are going to give. Then this leads to another thing, which are the emerging models. Emerging models on which we base our curriculum design, and that is what is closely aligned with NEP and NCF. So when we spoke about these models, do you think that some of the elements are included in the NEP and NCF? Do you think so? Yes, no.
Yes.
Right? So can you establish the connection why we need to know about the models? Because it gives us a guideline how we can make our the design of our curriculum effective. Then we talk about the emerging models, our competency based curriculum, which is a lot of emphasis is being put by NEP and NCF. Then integrated and interdisciplinary curriculum, we just sort of took an example of that. Then spiral curriculum. What do you mean by this spiral curriculum? So spiral curriculum is like, for example, there is a topic, longitude and latitude. Okay, so there are a lot of concepts in geography which uh, include this topic, longitudes and latitudes, right? So if we club everything together, what can happen? First is our lesson will become too long, right? So it might go into 15-20 pages if we need to include everything, because the students need to know about that, right? So instead of doing that, what we are doing is that we are starting with the basic concept of longitude and latitude. It's a basic, simple chapter. Then we build upon it and go to maps, right? When we go to maps, so we are teaching about maps, and then to read a map, you need longitudes and latitudes, right? And then we go to time zone, right? So these are three separate chapters, and all three chapters are of a different difficulty level, isn't it? Do you agree with me? This is what spiral curriculum is. Understood? And you will
Yes,
see,
ma'am.
if you take a look at the content page of your book, you will see that many concepts get repeated, but the difficulty level in each lesson is different. Each lesson is talking about a different aspect of the topic. right? And then hidden curriculum, of course, we have already done. All right. Now here is a 1 minute quick activity, competency to lesson plan. So I have given the competency here. Quickly, I need within 1 minute, I need one assessment that you can conduct to assess this competency, and one activity that you can conduct. You don't have to explain the activity, just give a idea of what you can do. 1 minute. So assessment, you can also choose between formative and summative. So you, to shorten the thing up, so you can say whether it can be a formative assessment or a summative assessment. Who's ready? Who's ready?
Ma'am, I can say something, Anjali here.
Yes, Anjali.
If we are going to talk about climate change and how the summers are getting hotter and
One assessment.
yeah. So the assessment will be in the form of a case study
Yes.
that it's about and it will also be a multidisciplinary, because I'm selecting food spoilage in the month of April and May, and because the temperature is very very high, the heat is high,
Excellent.
so that food spoilage scene is more, and one can correlate, like in the olden days when there were no
Excellent.
refrigerators.
Very good. Very good.
In spite of there being no refrigerators, food spoilage
How
was
did
not
you
very
explain?
high, this thing, because the
Right.
climate and the pollution levels were very low.
Yes, correct. So what is happening here, Anjali? That you are conducting an activity and don't have to design an assessment separately. While they're doing that
Yes.
activity,
Yeah,
you are
correct.
assessing them, right? So this
Yes.
is how your curriculum should run. You don't have to, but everything should be there in your plan, right? So when you're designing the activity, you are writing the assessment as well, that this is how you are going to assess the activity and the learning that is expected from this activity. Correct? So you are using a formative activity, right? Very nice, very good, well done. So let's move on then. This is done. So now this is very, very important, the role of assessment in curriculum. So here's the statement that I've given here, that assessment ensures that what we teach is connected to what the students are expected to learn. So what I teach and what the student is learning, they are connected. Do you agree or disagree? What I'm teaching, my student is learning. So this is connected or not connected?
Connected.
Connected. Yes. That is the purpose of my teaching, correct?
Yes.
If what I teach, my student doesn't learn, then there is no point,
There's no use.
right?
So the
Then all
assessment should
my
be
hard
connected.
work and effort is going futile, right? So this is the role of assessment in curriculum. So how do we assess that, whether, how do we know whether whatever I have been teaching is reaching my child or not, is through assessment. Then we come to the three categories of assessment, right? So categories of assessment: assessment of, assessment for, assessment as, right? So assessment of is summative, assessment of the knowledge that they are learning, right? Assess the subject knowledge. Then for is the competencies, the skills that they are learning, right? So why I'm teaching something, why I'm teaching something, that they are able to do something, they are learning some abilities, the competencies. This is the purpose of my assessment, that is formative, like Anjali just said. So they are able to find the difference. They are able to relate the scenarios that before this happened and now this is happening. So they are able to form their own notions about the concept, right? So this is for this as thing is very important because ठीक है summative कर लिया हमने knowledge मिल गया, right? Competencies they have developed, but what about the learning process itself? What are the children learning from that? For example, how does the child know how he has learned? Or what are the things he is learning in the process? That comes under as, right? For example, reflection, metacognition. Metacognition is able to reflect on your own actions. That is metacognition, right? So I did, for example, experiments. Okay, I did this, so this happened. So this is what I learned, right? So when the child himself or herself is, going down his or her memory lane and reproducing the pictures of what the experiment was all about, that is what as self and peer feedback also is included in this. Correct? So for and as is clear. This is clear. So when we are assessing something, when we are designing a curriculum, we need to put all these three types of assessment. For example, a feedback form, self-check, a checklist. A checklist you are including that this is the activity, this is the experiment you have done, and this is the checklist. Whether I've been able to checklist. So self-observing checklist. So for example, this I have done, this I have achieved, this I have achieved, this I have achieved. Right? So those are very, very important things that we need to consider when we're talking about such. Then we come to differentiation and inclusion. Differentiation is how we adapt our instructions or teaching methodologies to address the learning needs of all the children in our classroom. Right? So that is differentiation. Inclusivity, we have already discussed that everybody gets involved and every child has the same takeaway from the class. है ना? तो ये दोनों interlinked हैं. These two are interlinked with each other. They cannot be looked at separately. Differentiation, when you're differentiating, you are bringing about, you are adapting your instructions and everything, then your class automatically becomes right. Then integrating 21st century skills, very important. 21st century skills, how would you define 21st century skills quickly, because we are running out of time? Quickly, somebody who can define. I don't want the skills, I want the definition. How will you define 21st century skills? Quickly, come on. All right. So if I say that the 21st century skills are those which help my child or help my student to prepare for future life, would you agree with me? Would you agree? Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. I do agree. I do agree. Yes.
Okay. Yes,
Yes.
Sindhu ma'am has agreed.
Yes.
Who
Yeah.
else is agreeing?
Means
Yes, ma'am.
yes. Yes.
Right? So this is like preparing our students for their everyday life, how they deal with their everyday life problems, how we are making them mentally strong. So this is what 21st century skills is all about, right? Then
Right.
we have different frameworks, national and international. For example, NEP is a national framework. There are international frameworks also which emphasize on 21st century. building in 21st century skills. Out of them, one is UNESCO. Everybody knows about UNESCO. P21
Right.
basically is, I am forgetting the name of the complete, it's an NGO basically, US based NGO who framed this framework, the guideline. All right. And they also emphasize that 21st century skills should be a part of our everyday learning lesson. Right? So, what do they emphasize in including? Four C's. What are the four C's? Communication.
Collaboration, creativity,
Communication,
yeah, communication and
critical
And
thinking, collaboration, and creativity.
yes, correct.
Creativity.
Life skills and digital literacy. These are the three things that must be included in our curriculum design.
Right.
Right? Because what you are doing inside the classroom is based on how you have designed or planned your curriculum. Right? If your plan fails somewhere, your implementation cannot be perfect. You agree with me?
Yes.
So
Hmm.
everything needs to happen in the planning phase. It has to be a foolproof plan, best laid plan.
Yes.
Okay? Then I want you to do this very small activity. I think you have, some of you must have already done because this was a part of that activity sheet, right? So how many of you have done it? If you can share. Would somebody like to share if somebody has already worked on it? Okay. So I think because there's a paucity of time, so you have the activity sheet with you. Please practice doing this, right? So, for example, when we had spoken about session plan, micro session plan, lesson plan, sorry, micro lesson plan. So we had spoken about session plans as well. How my each session will look like. That also we had done. So it had an objective, right? It had the resources. It had the transaction methodology. It had homework, classwork, everything defined. It had what video to be shown, whatever. It had the questions you would like to ask in the class. And it also had assessment. Assessment in the sense it was a part and parcel of the activities that you were doing during that session. All right. So this you can practice. You have the practice the activity sheet with you. There is one question based on all right because I had assumed that somebody would share, but since it's not done, so let's skip. Okay. Then challenges. What are the challenges that you face? Quickly, one or two.
Ma'am, the challenges may be uh, the materials, learning
Okay.
materials. That can be a
The
challenge.
resources that you need.
To get resources, yes, that can be
Okay.
a challenge to get.
Okay.
Uh, and the child's understanding. Not
Okay.
all children understands the same way. So that is
Right.
also a challenge.
Right.
Uh, Not in
Yes,
curriculum
ma'am. I
development,
also want to
while
say the
teaching,
same.
I can say.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm.
the challenges could be where they are meeting the skills, values, content, everything. It has to be in one
Right.
particular.
Right. So your curriculum design is an extremely important part of how your classroom would be. Right. So
Yes.
usually what we face is like overloaded syllabus, especially in the senior classes. Time
Time
constraints,
constraints.
right? Standardized testing. Uh, you know, it is expected that you will be conducting an assessment only in this pattern, right? So that is how. So it is difficult to go beyond that. Then teacher autonomy versus the management, right? So in many schools, the teachers are not given that free hand. Everything is decided by the management. You will be doing this. You will be doing this. You will be doing this. So how to overcome these challenges? How to overcome these challenges? Let's find solutions together. So what can that be? Collaboration in planning. So when we are planning our curriculum, we need to sit together. The English teacher, the science teacher, the math teacher, the computer teacher, the sports teacher, the arts teacher, dance teacher, everybody needs to sit together and plan, because then we will know when we talk about progression and continuity, that we had spoken about the principles of curriculum design. So that will only come when we collaborate with each other. If we are working in our individual silos, nothing is going to happen. This is only on paper then. But to bring it to life, two people need to sit together. Everybody needs to sit together, right? This is called reflective teaching also. What worked for me, what didn't work. So I'm discussing with the other teacher. So whatever she is telling me, oh, Sudhapa, you can do something like this. So that is a learning for me. So when I share my concerns, when I share my good and bad with people, then I tend to learn more. Okay. Then interdisciplinary projects, that can happen again only when you are collaborating. Okay. Use of ICT, we know how to do it. We, nowadays everybody has those smart classes and everything. So computer and information at our fingertips, right? Use of ICT. You can give research work, all that. Then reflective teaching practices I've already discussed. So the key takeaways, who's going to read it quickly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Key takeaways: curriculum is dynamic and holistic. Learner centered approaches is essential. Assessment derives meaningful learning. Collaboration leads to richer curriculum design.
Right. So we have seen that curriculum is not something which is static. It needs to be adaptable, it needs to be flexible so that we can make changes according to the need of our learners. It cannot be static, and it needs to be holistic. It needs to have everything in it. It needs to be a perfect blend of all the elements that we have discussed, right? So this is what uh, I think we have taken away from the session. Then we come to the Q&A part. Q&A part I haven't given, sorry. The exit ticket. Huh? So the exit ticket, one thing that you have, new thing that you have learned. One new thing.
Proper curriculum planning, ma'am.
Proper curriculum
Planning.
planning. So it has to take into account the principles, the approaches, the models, right?
Yes.
Although you don't need to memorize by heart, but you need to have an idea of how they work and what is the purpose of each, how it is going to help you achieve your goal, right? Okay, and one strategy you are eager to try.
Spiral curriculum.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
Modern.
basically there in the book, but you need to identify that how the same similar topics, how they have been planned and how they have been given in the book. कभी कभी हमें ऐसा लगता है ना, अरे ये तो repeated topic है ना, तो वो actually repeated नहीं होता है, right? So it is intentionally brought up over and over again because either that topic is too vast to be covered in one lesson, or it is very, very important. Okay? So with that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you so much for coming and attending this meeting, the session, and I hope that I have been able to give you some insights into how you can, make your curriculum design better in terms of effectiveness. Right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And,
Thank you.
and there will be a feedback form that will be shared after this program. Please do fill that up. And I think, we will be able to gather how much you have learned from this session, and it will also be a reflective activity. All right. So thank you again for joining us,
Thank you, ma'am.
and see you in the next webinar. Bye bye. Take care. Bye.
Thank you so
Bye
much.
bye, ma'am. Actually, it was very informative session. Actually, hoping to
Thank
have
you,
you
ma'am.
attend more seminars like this webinar more.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Meraj.
Yeah,
Am
thank
Thank
I
you.
you, ma'am.
pronouncing
Bye,
your
ma'am.
name correctly?
Thank you, ma'am. It was
Thank
an
you so much,
excellent.
Imran. Thank you.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank you for
Bye.
this
Bye.
information.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Bye bye.
you. Bye, ma'am.
Bye. Bye, ma'am. Bye, ma'am.
Twinkle ma'am, are you there? Are we getting the feedback form?
Yeah. Feedback form will be shared with you after this session, and
Here
certificate,
only?
of course.
On
Here?
WhatsApp number, ma'am,
Not
or
here, on
in
the
this
WhatsApp group.
WhatsApp group? Okay,
Acha,
okay.
acha.
And
Yeah,
what about
on the WhatsApp group.
participation certificate, ma'am?
That also will be shared in the WhatsApp group only.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so
So
much.
we can leave now, no?
Yes, of course you can leave. I'm just waiting so that in case somebody has some queries, so I can
Okay.
answer that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, bye bye. See you.
Bye bye.
Bye, ma'am. Bye. See you.
Bye. Thank you, Tessin.